Good morning. Welcome to the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners meeting of December 15th, 2021. This meeting will now come to order. We will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And our inspirational word for the day, a man's heart determines his speech.
Thank you, Commissioner Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Here.
Commissioner Moore,
Here.
Commissioner Lundy.
Here.
Okay, before we begin today, I see we have a pretty full gallery, so I'm going to just review the lobby session rules right now so everybody knows what we're doing. Welcome to the lobby portion of our meeting. In order to speak on the topic of your choice, you will have had to fill out a slip and turn it into the clerk. Please stay seated until you are called, and when you are called up, you will need to state your name and address clearly for the record. You have 3 minutes to speak on the topic of your choice. Okay, we'll begin with resolutions.
Number one, investments.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Appropriations.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number three, transfers.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number four, advances and repayments.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number five, requisitions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, we just have the two, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Number six, travel. There were none. Number seven, bills.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Okay, the next item of business is number 8, authorize various personnel actions as indicated on the summary sheet for employees within the jurisdiction of the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners. At the conclusion of today's board meeting, the commissioners may recess into an executive session to discuss personnel, new hires, and board appointments. The next item of business is number 9. I move to approve and waive the reading of the meeting minutes of December 8th, 2021.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung.
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Okay, the next item of business is number 10. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Approve the 2022 special revenue annual appropriation.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Yes. We're county commissioners, and our biggest, this is kind of interesting, as the reporters are probably looking at our agenda and the public. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 words here that talk about a lot, which is our revenue budget. Now, what we are projecting for 2022 is $58,814,026. Casey did a pretty good job because he kind of put together the burn rate on an annual basis. And right now, we've basically had some pretty good carryovers, but we're projected to have $11.6 million hit to our carryover for next year. Right now, we have hard to believe, but we have a $33 million carryover. We only need usually they recommend about a $12 million carryover for our budget. Last year, it was projected for 2021 that we would have $61 million in revenue coming in. We actually had $71 million with all the money that went out for the COVID payments to everybody. Spending was up, sales, everything was up. So we actually received $10 million more than what was projected. Unfortunately, what we're voting on today is conservative numbers. We're voting on a $58 million projection because there was a reduction in the sales tax in December of last year. And honestly, nobody can really predict the future when it comes to revenue coming in. So what we're looking at for 2021 is $58 million coming into our general fund. You'll see some other things on the agenda in regards to some Rescue Act funds to reimburse our general fund. There's one for $1.4 million. We were working over the summer in regards to 2022, 2023, and 2024. We had about $25 million in ARP funds that would help shore up our general fund so that we had a general fund that was healthy with our reduced tax rate, at least for the next 4 years. So what I'm looking at now is because of our, our next one's going to be our budget. That's the next thing that we're going to talk about. But right now, I just want the public to be aware that we're voting pretty much, we're not going to have a balanced budget this year. That only happened once that we have ever voted on a balanced budget, and I think that was in 2023. That was in 2003. That was the last time we had a balanced revenue budget, which means, for example, our budget for the general fund is $58 million. We're going to be talking next about our $70 million expenditure that we're going to be voting on, which is basically a $12 million deficit. Now, do we have a deficit? Yes, if we look at the numbers. Are we going to have a deficit? No, I think the county is going to be very healthy for 2022. So I wanted to make sure that when people start analyzing our numbers, that they see that we will be healthy in 2022. The funds is available, and hopefully we as a board will be able to work with our director and continue to use the ARP funds to shore up some of the shortfalls that we have received. So the first in January we'll be able to input probably some more ARP funds into our general fund to help shore up our shortfall for 2022. So these are some of the things that it's 7 words, but it's the biggest thing that we're voting on is this one and the next one, which is we are the budget authority, and that's what we're voting on today, items number 10 and 11. But again, I believe that the county is healthy financially, even though we're going to be voting on a revenue budget of $58 million for this year, and we're going to be burning about $11 million. That's the projected. So we're going to have an $11 million shortfall. But again, based on some of the monies that are coming in from the federal government, we're going to be okay for 2022. It's 23 and 24 that we're going to have to be working on this year. That is all for my discussion.
Commissioner Lundy?
Yeah, I guess I would just add that, I take our fiscal responsibility seriously. It's the most important responsibility we have. We are required by law to balance the budget. I've yet to have the auditor tell me we haven't balanced our budget. At the same time, we're required to pass a tax budget, which is one of the most conservative things you'll ever see. It never hits the mark. And, the economy in Lorain County is strong. Obviously, there's concerns about inflation, but consumers are definitely spending. There's a lot of real estate transactions taking place as well, too. Folks are definitely getting back to the casinos. Casino revenue is doing well. But, when I look at this overall picture, we finished with about a $21 million carryover of the previous administration. Now with the new administration, even a stronger carryover. There's no doubt about it. The CARES dollars in the past and the Rescue Act dollars now certainly help to replace lost revenue and help cover some compensation costs for those who are frontline individuals and have to deal with the risks of COVID. But I think our actions that we're taking here today are responsible. Sometimes people use the term fuzzy numbers. Sometimes I think the numbers get a little fuzzy when we get into political discussions. But the reality is that we've always finished with a balanced budget. We will have a balanced budget. I think we've been doing a good job of working together to be fiscally responsible here. You're going to see an increase here of just under 3% in our budget compared to the previous year. Where again we did finish with a balanced budget. So I feel this is it's a responsible budget. The part that's always most important to me is to make sure that our sheriff's department is properly funded and fully funded, because the protection of the county and the community is always the first concern for me as a public servant. So we were definitely making sure that's taken care of. We're also making sure that the prosecutor's office is properly funded so that we can hold those individuals responsible who are out there causing crime and disruption in our communities and our neighborhoods, and unfortunately selling drugs and ending in the deaths of family members and loved ones. We want to make sure there's accountability on that front. So I feel that this is a responsible budget that we're approving here today. I think you'll find that in most private sector operations or even in government operations, if you can stay at 3% or under with any kind of increases in the budget, I think you're doing a fiscally responsible job, and I think we're demonstrating that here today.
Thank you, Commissioners. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 11. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Approve the 2022 general fund budget.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Yes. I'd like to continue the discussion in regards to our budget. We're projected, which is pretty good. I mean, they projected about $68 million for 2021. It looks like we're going to be at about $65 million. You know, we're actually voting now for a $70 million expense budget. So the difference is we do have to pass a budget that's balanced, okay? I was referring to a revenue balance, which is where you do a budget where you match your budget up based on the revenue coming in, not based on balancing your books. So the books are going to be balanced. People realize there is no such thing as fuzzy numbers. There's just numbers. So, but what I'm looking at here though is it's a 2.74% increase over last year. So the projection was 68.7 million with a 2.74 increase to 70.68 million, but the actuals coming in based on what Casey's are looking at, is about 65 million is going to be what we're spending. So just to let people know that even though these budgets are approved, they still have to pass through here on a weekly basis, and we vote yes or no. And even if it's in your budget, if things are starting to get tight and things are looking a little rough, we still review every expenditure that comes through our door. So I wanted to at least let the public know that there is going to be a $5 million increase in spending. It's a 2.74 increase in a budget, but the actual spending, I believe, will be a lot less when it comes to the operations of the county. Now, there's going to be some other spending that's going to be coming up in 2022 with capital expenditures, but that's not included in this. So the bottom line is the county is healthy. I believe the county is going to be healthy for the next year or two, and I think I'd like to thank Casey and his department for all the hard work that he did on this. So, thank you.
Commissioner Lundy.
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I could just note that, you know, it's important for people to understand this is a fluid document. It can change from week to week. You know, we didn't really see a hard-hitting pandemic to hit us between the eyes in 2020. We had to make adjustments. Much like previous colleagues got hit with the recession and had to make changes. So it's a fluid document. We can make changes as we go. So, you know, just because we're putting this forward here today doesn't mean that it won't be adjusted and altered as time goes on, depending upon economic conditions. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 12. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Use American Rescue Funds Act in the amount of $1,449,753.59 to replace lost revenue in Lorraine County General Fund due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 13.
Appoint Jonathan Reichel as Lorraine County's apiary inspector for the year 2022. The total annual appropriation is $3,400 with mileage reimbursement of 52 cents per mile.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
I would just say that the apiary is our beekeeper. So, yeah, a lot of folks don't know that. I learned a lot about bees when I was in the legislature. We had a serious situation going on with bees in the state, but we are required under Ohio Revised Code to make sure that we have a apiary, And so when you see those stories on the news with all the bees that collect on the side of somebody's car, and somebody has to be sent out and take care of it, and for all those services, we pay a whopping $3,400 for the year plus 52 cents for mileage. I don't even know if that's the IRS mileage reimbursement rate. Isn't it 55? Yeah, we're showing 52 cents, so there's a bargain there.
You might have to review that.
Well, unless the commissioners want to do something else, you'll note under my report, it's the state legislators, state of
Right,
Ohio is 52
exactly.
cents,
That's
so
it.
that's how we pay them,
Right.
Okay,
not by
then
the
we're fine.
IRS.
Yeah, I know we were always paid less than the
Yes.
IRS reimbursement just for mileage going to Columbus, so it's the same way, right?
So that's why it states that.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 14.
Entering the stop-loss contract with Medical Mutual of Ohio effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022, to be paid from the healthcare account.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 15.
Authorize J.R. White, Lorraine County Administrator, to utilize the county's Lorimet Visa credit card not to exceed $5,000 for permissible expenses in accordance with the Ohio Revised Code and permissible policy.
Move to approve.
Second?
What did we
Unfortunately,
miss?
JR is doing this, so we're
I was like,
gonna have to find out what's permissible. Okay.
Hopefully he can buy some cold medicine now, maybe?
Yeah, right.
Stop getting everybody sick.
Yeah.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, the next item of business is number 16.
Authorize President Lorraine County Commissioners to provide and execute unnecessary documents effective December 16, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 for the year-end close activity, including but not limited to transfers, advances, repayments, appropriations, requisition, travel, bills, payroll-related transactions, and payment and all other necessary and urgent documents.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Lundy.
Get to that.
Yeah, in the past, even 20 years ago, we always had the county administrator do this. And I have a serious problem having Michelle Hung be in charge of appropriations requisitions as one person. I don't have a problem replacing the word President of Lorraine County Commissioners to County Administrator, because in the past, all they would do was call you up and say, hey, look, we have an emergency. We need another $1.2 million to make sure we have payroll for the end of the year. And he would call the three commissioners up, and we would say, yeah, that's fine. And that's how we have checks and balances. I have a problem with one elected official out of the three of us having total control to pay for requisitions, travel, bills, and payroll transactions, payments, and all other necessary and urgent documents for 2 weeks. And it's been like that for the past 20 years. The county commissioner, or the county administrator was the one that handled this with, as long as he checked and verbally got our okay, and we revisited it in January. So I have a serious problem with having Commissioner Hung be in charge financially of this county for 2 weeks.
Just, if I could, Madam Chair, I know that when the county administrator last year departed early, that we had the board president have that responsibility to make sure that things were taken care of. I would expect that the board president would confer with you and confer with me and not just act totally on her own. That's the understanding, I think, or the agreement, professional agreement we would have here to make sure that your concern would be addressed.
I doubt it. So I'll be voting no if it's not going to change.
Thank you, Commissioners. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
No.
The next item of business is number 17. Madam Clerk, please read the resolution into the record.
Using payments from CARES funds to supplement Lorraine County Sheriff Public Safety personnel during the period that began on January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2021 in the amount of $20,893.98 to be paid from the COVID account.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 18.
Approve and enter into various contracts with entities to participate in the county's joint self-insured healthcare plan effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2024. The townships of Amherst, Brownhill, Carlisle, Eaton, Elyria, Grafton, Henrietta, Huntington, LaGrange, New Russia, Penfield, Sheffield, and Wellington. Villages of Grafton, Sheffield Village, and South Amherst. City Sheffield Lake. And other is Lorraine County Port Authority, Lorraine Port Authority, Nowaka, South Lorraine County Ambulance District, and Wellington Fire District.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Moving on to the Office of the Airport. The next item of business is number 19.
Approve and enter a lease agreement with REIL LLC in Ohio Limited Liability Corporation Westlake for underlying land and hangar in Lorraine County Regional Airport, effective on December 1st, 2021, and shall be in term of 5 years, terminating on November 30th, 2026. REIL LLC shall have the option to exercise 2 5-year renewal terms as outlined in the lease agreement, and base rent is $6,336 per year.
Move to approve.
Second?
Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Children and Family Services, the next item of business is number 20.
Approve and enter in a professional service agreement with Lucinda Wills for the delivery of respite services to be paid at a rate of $85 per hour for a minimum of 4 hours, not to exceed 8 hours, effective November 12th, 2021 through November 12th, 2022, and will be paid from the contractual purchase professional service account.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung,
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Next item of business is number 21.
Amendment Resolution 21-421, adopted June 23rd, 2021, authorizing Neighborhood Alliance to provide protective services to adults for fiscal year '21. Said amendment will increase the value of this contract to Title 20 funds by $150,000 for a new total of $380,000 and will be paid from the Title 20 funds account.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Moving on to the Office of Stormwater Management, the next item of business is number 22.
Award contract for professional services to V1 Drone Media, Avon Lake, for drone aerial photography of ditches in the amount of $3,500, as outlined and approved by the board to be paid from the contractual services professional services account.
Move to approve.
Second?
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
I would just say, Madam President, I'm happy to see this. I've been asking for this for quite some time. The technology is certainly there. One of the requirements of the commissioners is to actually go on location and view ditches. We also venture into the woods like a safari show at times. And leave the woods with some severe mosquito bites, I think, my last experience. But, sometimes it's hard to get a full view of what's really going on when you're on the ground, especially when you've got the leaves fully in the trees and all kinds of things like that. And there's just some areas that are hard to get to. So by being able to do this flyover and hopefully doing these flyovers when the leaves have dropped and get an even better view, I think will be extremely helpful. And it's a really small investment to be able to get a better view of what's going on with the ditches. And this county has really stepped up to help clear ditches and provide relief as it relates to flooding so that the farmers' fields aren't impacted, people's homes aren't impacted, and we don't have water on the roads so that the safety forces can't get through. So this is a good step and will be very helpful utilizing our modern-day technology to get a better view of these ditches.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore.
Aye.
Moving on to transit, the next item of business is number 23.
Approve and enter a 2-year agreement with the City of Overland to provide transportation services effective January 4th, 2022 through December 28th, 2023. City of Overland provides service 5 days per week with 15 hours of service. City of Overland will provide the county with local funds in the amount of $26.70 per hour in 2022 and $28.31 per hour in 2023 to be used by transit as a match to an equal amount of grant funds in order to support the service, plus a $50 monthly fee to cover administrative expenses. No general fund dollars will be used for said service, and this will be paid from the contract purchase services vehicle repair and maintenance account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Just want to thank the city of Oberlin for their commitment to transit. This is certainly an ongoing challenge that this county experiences. We've gone out to the public multiple times for greater support with transit without success. I'm hoping that we can continue the discussion and revisit this. It's really an important part of getting people to work. Transit is a jobs issue. If we want individuals to come off of social services and get into a job and better be able to support their families and have a mortgage and car payments and all those things that are good for the economy, transit's a big answer to that, or a big part of that. So, but Oberlin's always been deeply committed to this, and I'm hoping we can continue discussions as a board because it is a jobs issue. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 24.
Purchase for expansion buses from Transportation Equipment Sales Corp., Tesco, in the amount of $413,751 with 100% funding from the ODOT grant agreement, TUTP 0075GRF 211, and be paid from capital expansion account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 25.
Approve an agreement with First Transit to provide transportation services, non-emergency medical transportation for job and families, effective October 1st, 2021 through September 30th, 2022. First Transit, Inc. will be reimbursed based on a gate-to-gate hourly rate of $53.39 and a monthly fixed rate of $10,101 to be paid from account contractual purchase services and vehicle repair maintenance.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Next item of business is number 26.
Extend First Transit's contract for operations and maintenance for 1 year to provide operations and maintenance services to the transit effective January 1st, 2022 through December 31st, 2022. Fixed rate, monthly rate is $48,003 and an hourly gate-to-gate is $53.39 to be paid from the contractual purchase services vehicle repair and maintenance account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Moving on to the Office of the Engineer, we are on number 27.
Authorized payment amount of $21,954.04 to the City of Elyria in accordance with the agreement for the completion of Low Street project to be paid from the MVGT account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 28.
Authorized payment of $18,118.07 to Columbia Gas of Ohio to proceed with the main line extension of natural gas service to the new sanitary sewer pump station at 6401 Old West Ridge Road, and this will be paid for the Q Construction Project Apple Pie account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Just wanted to let the public know, anytime you see Project Apple Pie, that's Carvana. That was the name we gave to the project, so.
All righty. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 29.
Approve the contract with K.E. McCartney and Associates in the amount of $49,500 to assist with general engineering to be paid for the engineer project account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, moving on to the Office of the Sheriff. The next item of business is number 30.
Approve an agreement with Mental Health Addiction and Recovery Services Board of Lorraine County in the amount of $29,859.82 for the purpose of providing for medication-assisted treatment, which is the MAT program for eligible inmates, effective retroactive to October 1st, 2021 through September 29th, 2022, and this is a reimbursable grant.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Madam President, if I could just comment about this item and then the following item, working in partnership with the Mental Health Addiction and Recovery Services Board. I talk about it all the time, but about 25% of our inmates are detoxing at the county jail. Close to another 50% are dealing with mental health issues at the jail. And normally, if there is an addiction issue, there's a mental health issue. If there's a mental health issue, normally there's an addiction issue. But it's important for the residents to know that at our county jail, we are somewhat a detox facility and a mental health facility, a recovery facility. So that's part of the challenge that we have in this county. That's why we're making a huge investment and a huge commitment to dealing with the epidemic that is still very viable in this county. And our first responders, many here today, see it on the front lines. It's a troublesome issue. It's a challenging issue. But when they end up in the county jail, we're having to detox. We're having to provide mental health services. We're now working more closely with the Mars Board, which is important, and I think it's important that we have ongoing discussions, and a great investment is being made here today, but I think probably an even stronger investment is going to need to be made to address the epidemic that we're experiencing in our county that ends up in our jail. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number 31.
Approve an agreement with Mental Health Addiction and Recovery Services Board of Lorraine County in the amount of $88,811.86 for the purpose of providing funding for one full-time reentry service coordinator for jail operations, effective retroactive to November 1st, 2021, and ending June 30th, 2022, to be paid from the salaries account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
The next item of business is number, what number are we on? Teresa?
32.
32.
Amend Resolution 21-568 adopted September 22nd, 2021, granting of funds to veteran service organizations through Lorraine County that have sustained COVID-related financial liabilities to further the initiative of the United States government in administering assistance during the COVID-19 pandemic. Said amendment is to reflect the correct total should be $10,287.50, not $7,116.29 to American Legion, Ohio Post 118, located in Amherst, and will be paid from other expense account.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Any discussion from the board?
Yeah, if I could, Madam President. I know we got a long meeting today. We'll probably need to take a quick break at some point here. But just wanted to point out the importance of this board supporting our veterans in the community. Under the Ohio Revised Code, the Veteran Services Commission basically can only provide assistance to veterans themselves, but not actually to posts. And this board has, established funds that are available to help the posts and get through the pandemic and many of the financial liabilities and financial issues that they've run into. So I just want to thank my colleagues for their support on that, and we hope that it's helping to sustain and keep alive these important veterans posts for our veterans in the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, at this time, we have several speakers for lobby session, and we're going to take a quick bathroom break for 5 minutes. Welcome back. We have concluded our break and we are back in session. We are moving on to a B lobby session. Welcome to the lobby portion of our meeting. In order to speak on the topic of your choice, you have had to fill out a slip and turn it into the clerk. I have all the slips here. Our first speaker today is Mr. Charles Ochiltree.
All right, good morning.
Morning.
Charles Ochiltree, 344 10th Street, Elyria. Going to read a statement real quick. Disappointingly, but not surprisingly, we continue to learn more about Commissioner Hung's misconduct. And unfortunately, it just gets worse. The voters deserve better, and so I'm supporting the Chronicle Telegram editorial's call for the prosecutor to do the right thing and assign an outside agency to investigate the allegations shared by Commissioner Moore last week and finally get to the truth. Either it's likely that Michelle and Harry in fact engaged in this additional misconduct, given that they hid their relationship from the beginning, or Commissioner Moore is playing politics as the Chronicle suggested. Either way, the people need to know the truth and then hold whichever of these two is violating the people's trust to suffer the consequences. In the meantime, there is no expectation that this commissioner board can represent their constituents with all these distractions and infighting. I want to make this clear. I do not know any of the commissioners outside their role as county commissioner, and therefore I don't have any personal loyalties here, but as I've stated all along, I'm a Republican voter that supported both Republican commissioners, and I'm here today to hold them accountable if they've engaged in misconduct. Once again, it seems reasonable to believe that if Commissioner Hung was involved in an undisclosed, inappropriate relationship with Mr. Williamson before she recommended and then hired him in January, again, this is a clear violation of the people's trust, that they may have continued in further misconduct, all the while trying to hide this affair. If you begin your first term with that kind of misconduct and it goes unchecked, the voters can only expect more to come. Therefore, Commissioner Hung, I believe you've lost the trust and the confidence of your constituents, and you must resign. You've had many opportunities to make statements these last 4 months regarding allegations of your misconduct, but have not once given the voters a reasonable explanation that could possibly restore confidence in your leadership. So when can we expect your resignation? Thank you.
The next speaker is Will Spiegelberg. I have to keep it on, guys.
Will Spiegelberg, 8274 Overland Road, Amherst Township.
Okay, well,
First of all, I want to say that I went to the Cavaliers game on Monday, lost 75 cents at the casino. It's all yours. I really appreciate the opportunity to share.
We get
$0.0075.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I don't know. Do you got change for a buck? Anyway, I just want to talk a little about my dad. I feel bad, of course it's tough, especially the holidays, but he was the guy in the wheelchair. And I don't know if maybe Mr. Moore remembers him. That's the last time I was at a commission meeting before I started coming again. So it's been 20 years.
Wow.
My dad was a guy in a wheelchair. And he'd talk kind of like this guy here. And I'm going to share with you something interesting. I come here to say something. And after the meeting, this guy comes up to me and says, "Did you vote for these guys?" And I said, "Yeah." I don't think it's any of your business, but I voted for all of them. I'm going to tell you why. First of all, Commissioner Lundy and I have sat through some good baseball games and some bad baseball games. And I'll tell you, we're lucky to have that place there.
Sure.
Commissioner Hung, her husband is a fantastic person. Her mother-in-law is even funnier. She's fantastic because she's just a great person. Did I vote for her? Absolutely. And two other people who helped me a lot was Tim Barfield, who is the best chief there is. I worked with him for, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Wellington, I worked with him for how many years did we work together? 20, 25? I don't know. But he's a great guy. He helped me when I moved here. And he knows it. And Dave Moore, because Dave Moore also welcomed me here, and I appreciate that. But, yeah, I voted for all of them. And I don't know if it's actionable, or I've never been asked who I voted for in my life. I voted for Dick Nixon in 1972. Maybe I was wrong. I'll go through everybody I voted for. Barfield knows who I voted for. And he can tell anybody who I voted. He knows exactly who I voted for. My dad was the president of the beekeepers in Lorraine County for many years, and maybe many of you know him. He was in the bees. He had 42 hives throughout Lorraine County. That was one of his big things in life. And he was the guy in the wheelchair who would complain all the time. Maybe I'm getting to be the guy in the wheelchair. Anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Thanks, Will.
Thank you, Will. I was so worried you were going to go over on time, but you had 20 seconds to spare.
No, don't say that. He'll be back.
Oh, you had your timer. Oh, my goodness. There you go.
Come back up and eat up the.
All righty.
He sat with Matt.
Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Aiden Fogel.
Good morning. Aiden Fogel, 4351 Broccoli, Sheffield Lake. So I'm here today to talk about Commissioner's campaign finance reports. I have here the finance report for Commissioner Hung. It's one page. From January 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2021, Commissioner Hung took in 0 campaign donations. Why? Because she was at work doing her job. The other commissioner, Dave Moore, his campaign finance report is 25 pages long. Dave Moore raised more than $25,000 in 6 months. As you may recall, this past April of 2021, the Dan and Mila Reeser Foundation gifted a $400,000 donation to Elyria Catholic High School to convert the existing field to a synthetic turf system. Dan Reeser, an Elyria Catholic alumni, is also a friend of Commissioner Dave Moore. One short month later, on May 27, 2021, Dan Reeser made a $500 campaign donation to Commissioner Dave Moore. So what do you think happened here? Moore allegedly told his buddy, yeah, come and get some of your money back by way of the Lorraine County taxpayers.
That's not true.
Reeser allegedly made application through the Lorraine County Solid Waste Department for upwards of $100,000 to replenish his charity foundation on the urging of Dave Moore.
That's not true.
I have here the resolution from November 10th, 2021, where the commissioners approved the funding grant for $30,000 to the Dan and Mila Reeser Foundation to be used for fencing and turf fill. It sure looks like Dave Moore is using his commissioner's seat to line the pockets of his donors, or in this case, replenish the foundation dollars committed to Elyria Catholic in April. The only silver lining here is Commissioners Lundy and Hung stopped Dave from giving away the full amount originally requested. The real shame here is that the Chronicle Telegram has access to this report via public records and has not done one story regarding the obscene amount of money Dave has raised. I will be back here, and I will be reporting on the other payments that Dave received during his first 6 months. And with all the turnover in directors and the county administrator, it's shameful that the Chronicle has not even bothered to take a serious, in-depth look into how many current directors and their relatives, parents, wives, etc. have donated to Dave Moore. Directors were hired, directors were fired. How many did Dave vote for? How much did they donate? Many people wonder, where's Dave and why doesn't he come to work? It's pretty obvious what he's been doing the first year of his tenure as county commissioner. Dave has been fundraising. Dave has been fundraising to the tune of $25,000 in 6 months. The report doesn't lie. But Dave sure did when he accused Michelle Hung of receiving campaign kickbacks last week. And I'm hearing that now Dan Reeser wants to be considered for the Lorraine County Community College Board appointment in January. I'm putting Commissioner Lundy and Commissioner Hung on notice today to vote no on any board appointment that has donated to Dave in 2021. Just vote no.
Just to be official here, I will be raising
Okay, our
probably
next
pretty
speaker.
close to
Our next speaker
$100,000.
is Chris
No,
Radman.
it's going to take about $100,000 to beat these guys. So just to let you know, there'll be more money
Our
coming
next
in.
speaker is Chris Radman.
And I will be interrupting like I do now, so just expect it.
Can we ask that the president of the fire chief speak first, please?
Yes, sure. Okay, our next speaker is Mr. Chief Mike Weatherby.
Mike Weatherby, 112 McKinley Street, Wellington, Ohio.
Morning, Chief.
Good morning, and thank you, commissioners. Like I said, my name is Mike Weatherby. I'm fire chief of the Wellington Fire District.
and President of the Lorraine County Fire Chiefs Association. I'm here today representing my fire district, Oberlin, Carlisle, Rochester, and Camden Fire, the South and Central Lorraine County Ambulance Districts, Wellington Police, as well as County Fire Chiefs. 8 agencies, all with dangerous communication deficiencies, covering nearly 42% of southern Lorraine County. We've all reviewed and we're in favor of the Harris radio system, accepted by and currently being successfully tested in the Northeast. The Harris radio system proposal represents a tremendous opportunity to correct an antiquated, inadequate, and unsafe communication system in Lorraine County. Currently, 4 of the 5 cities in the Northeast have signed contracts that have been reviewed by several law directors, which indicate total transparency. The approval of the system will also allow other current endeavors, such as locution, to be streamlined. A side-by-side unbiased comparison of the Harris and Marks systems was conducted and found the Harris system to be more cost-effective and suitable to the needs of the county's first responders. The Harris system, owned and maintained by Cleveland Communications, is a Phase 2 system that will allow for expandability, whereas the Marks system, a Phase 1, is not expandable. For Marks to be effective, vehicle repeaters at a cost of nearly $10,000 would be required. That's not required by Harris. Marks requires a bidirectional amplifier, BDA. These are signal boosters in buildings that have challenging areas. The owners of the buildings are responsible to purchase and install those. Harris requires no BDAs. Monthly fees for Marks and Harris are the same. Harris is under contract. Marks can increase as they desire. Harris, at their cost, will replace antenna equipment in Lorraine County as needed. Marks will only add antenna equipment if it benefits Marks and the state of Ohio. If additional equipment is needed for county coverage, the county pays for it. Harris guarantees 95% inside and outside building coverage in
Chief
Lorraine
Weatherby,
County.
if you give me just a moment, I will move to give Chief Weatherby an additional 3 minutes to finish his presentation.
Yep,
Okay,
support
yeah,
that.
I just got just a couple
Okay.
points to make here,
Sure.
but thank you. Harris guarantees 95% inside and outside building coverage in the county. If it fails, Harris will upgrade at their cost. This is guaranteed in the contract. Marks will not sign a contract, will not guarantee coverage. Harris has outperformed Marks in every situation for testing in the Northeast Lorraine County project. This has been the first real-time testing done in Lorraine County. On behalf of my jurisdiction in the southern portion of Lorraine County and a considerable amount of the fire departments in Lorraine County, as well as EMS and some law enforcement, we'd respectfully request that the commissioners approve the proposal and the Harris radio system for our county communications. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Captain Ashdown, do you need to go next? Do you have to get back to the office? Okay, we'll continue with the fire chiefs and then finish up with you then. Okay, I just kind of had them all shuffled, so, Mr. Skip Gentry?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Skip Gentry. Actually, I got my address wrong. I
Okay.
can give you my home address. So
Okay.
49445 Garfield Road in Henrietta. I am the Executive Director of South Lorraine County Ambulance District.
and I've been there since 2017. But a little bit about my background, and not only is it an EMS, but I'm also a critical care transport flight nurse on a helicopter. Probably the highest antenna that you will ever have. So I have some experience, but I'm not an expert in communication like Fred Swanson, my comms director. I'm a clinician. So I take care of patients, and that's my first responsibility. Time is a factor in everything that we do, and the care of the residents is really, really important to us. In any way we can enhance this, we need to really look at. But I'm going to give you two incidences where we have Harris radios. Okay, Fred had the foresight to get these radios 2 years ago. The Lorraine County Fair. For years, we had to have multiple radios, right, Fred? To talk to everybody we need to in case we had an emergency. In the past 2 years, we've had one, Harris. And it works wonderful. And then, whether you agree with the politics or not, the Trump rally. Remember that? 20,000 people, right? So we had 20,000 people, and we had, and Fred helped me here because he was my director there, Secret Service, FBI, DEA, police, sheriffs, our fire departments, 7 EMS agencies. Fred was able to talk to all of them on his radio. And he was in charge of all that. I was on the ground taking care of patients. So what I'm trying to say is, as a clinician, I've been using this radio now, and when I'm flying, I have marks, and I can tell you there's a big difference. So please, in your decision-making, it's patient care what we're concerned about, and this really enhances what we do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Gentry. Okay, guys, I have them shuffled up. Does anybody else want to request to go and ask? Okay, Chief Pronesti.
Good morning. Joe Pronesti, 117 Ashland Avenue, here in Elyria. Couple things. First off, Commissioner Lundy started out with that quote about a man's heart determines his speech. Everybody here in this room's heart is with the communities we serve. I'm the chief of the City of Elyria Fire, and I'm going to tell you a couple little things about safety and the importance for this radio system to go through. And then also I encourage the commissioners to allow American Rescue Act money to fund those departments that have not received the grant. So first I'm going to take you back 20 years. September 11 changed all of us. But I'm going to tell you a story that maybe some don't know. In New York City, police helicopters in the sky. They start to see one of the towers leaning. They can't communicate with the fire commanders on the ground. They can only communicate with their police commanders. That led to a delay that most likely probably costs hundreds of lives. Let's fast forward to today. One of the largest companies in my city also has a building in North Ridgeville. If God forbid something were to happen in that building, active shooter, some sort of medical event, mass casualty, I can throw a rock from the city's border and hit that building, but I can't talk to Chief Reese without physically going up to him. Something's wrong. The county has the ability now to get us on the same highway. I liken this also to this. Without showing our age, many of us grew up going to the TV and flipping channels. 3, 5, and 8. Then we got Commissioner Lundy on Channel 35 News. But my point is this. Now you have apps, you have streaming services. Lorraine County's still flipping channels. We need to get to that next level. Regardless of politics, what anybody feels about each other, fire chiefs don't give a damn about that. The fire chiefs want what's best for our citizens and for those they serve. You have a deputy sitting right here, standing right here. I wonder, he's questioning whether or not if something goes down, that he can communicate out. This system will allow him to do that and be able to talk to Barfield's people or anybody else. So lastly, I'll say this, that there's a lot of negotiating, manipulating, talking about the Rescue Act funds. This would be a one-time fund that would get fire departments who haven't received the grant
That's okay, finish your sentence, sir.
to build up and be able to get on this system. Notably, Lorraine and Elyria, your two biggest communities that really the funding is not there. This would do a one-time upgrade. So with that, I'll shut up. I thank you for your time, but remember, we are here for our citizens, and this system is going to improve our safety and our service. So thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
I don't know this one.
I know who this one is. Which one are you, sir? Chris, I should have known that. I'm used to you with your hat on. Okay. Okay, Chief Radman.
Chris Radman, 9368 Whitetail Run, Amherst. I'm the chief of the Lorraine Fire Department. I'm gonna start this off by letting you guys hear what our call first thing this morning, how it sounded.
Put it by the microphone.
This is typically what Lorraine Fire deals with when our radio communications. This call involved wires down on a bus full of school children. We can't properly do our jobs, request assistance, or anything else using these kind of communications. We're back to before radios existed, almost, of having a runner in between command and our active firefighters. It demonstrates the risk increased for the firefighters and lowers the chances of survival rates and rescues during emergencies. Currently, mutual aid is becoming more difficult because every fire and police department is left doing their own communication upgrades without any leadership in what direction to go. Currently, I use Elyria most for mutual aid, and they're on digital and we're analog. This system will help get us on the same page with the rest of the community. When we were urged by the county to switch over our dispatch to 911, we were told communications and radio upgrades would be provided from the county. Communications and services are worse now than they've ever been. I'm urging you commissioners to show leadership and act on the Lorraine County Fire Chief's recommendation and the City of Lorraine's recommendation to prevent further divide in the communications throughout the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Okay, we have Mr. Barfield or Mr. Swope. Which one wants to go next? Who's going to be the closer?
They're rock, paper, scissors.
Okay. All right, just state your name and address for the record.
My name's David Swope, 38750 Amberwood Drive, and there I put the department address of 36185 Detroit Road, Avon, Ohio.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for letting me speak today. My name again is David Swope. I'm the Chief of Fire for the Avon Fire Department. I think I have a unique situation to speak on because the Harris system is up and running in Avon and that northeast area. We have that system. We compared both. We needed to improve our radio communications, as you've heard from all the fire departments, and we had the ability to do that. So we compared the 7800 system, which is just a higher band system that the national government wants first responders to be on. So the two systems, the statewide system, as you guys probably know, is Marks, and then the Harris system, which is the only other system out there. We compared them side by side. They both say they have 95% coverage. The important thing is we were guaranteed by Cleveland Communications that their 95% coverage is in the building with a portable radio on your hip. That's how we use the radios. That's what I want to know when I send firefighters into a burning building or we're sending someone in for a rescue, that those firefighters can communicate out of that building, not outside, but out from inside the bowels of the fire to the command outside, and I can give them instruction on what they need to do to save people or save themselves. We agreed to go with Cleveland Communications, that Harris system, and even though it wasn't up and running yet. So we used their computer models for the coverage maps. So that was a bit daunting, but we talked to Medina, we talked to Ottawa, we talked to other counties that are on this Harris system, and they liked it. So we went ahead with the computer models, and I'm happy to say that their coverage promised exceeded those computer models. They are much more, we were getting much better coverage than the computer models even had. We had a large business just moved to Avon. They had to install a BDA for our police department to talk. Their police department, as most, are on Mark's system. We went in, turned the BDA off when we got the Harris system to test it, and we did not need the use of a BDA, that amplifier that they had to install in that building. The police still need it, but we do not on the Harris system. Throughout that same building and our schools, we walked next to the police officers that were on that other statewide system, and we had coverage where they didn't. CCI, again, guaranteed this coverage because they're looking at it from a cost standpoint of what is going to make those radio systems work for us inside the building, getting that information out. Not having to rely on a BDA or mobile repeater or any other coverage factor is crucial because we don't have, there's not, anytime you add technology into the system, there's more chance for something to go wrong. So if I have to make my constituents pay for a BDA, or we have to put mobile repeaters at, like Chief Weatherby said, $10,000 per vehicle, that's just another piece of the system that could break. We don't need that with this new system. They put up the antennas. I'm sorry.
I would move to allow the chief 3 additional minutes of
I'll
speaking time.
support.
Okay.
Thank you. My only regret is that I believed the county had upgraded their communication dispatch capability previous to us going to this system. County Dispatch, or Westcom as you might know it, has the capability to transmit on the system. The 2 previous 911 directors said they would be able to dispatch us on this new system. Now, they're no longer here. The new director, Jeff Young, is the first director that was honest with us and admitted that they are currently need to upgrade the system to be able to dispatch on this new Harris system by adding a couple radios to make this happen. I've been waiting about 2 months now for this upgrade, and I'm told it's included in this bigger package that you as commissioners are considering. So please bring Lorain County into the 21st century with this radio system and the capability to transmit on it. There are 4 cities in the Northeast that want to stay with Lorain County 911 as their dispatching agency, but this system needs to be upgraded in order to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and we have Tim Barfield.
My name's Tim Barfield, 117 Willard Memorial Square, Wellington. And I was thankful after 32 years in Cuyahoga County to bring the only guy that still likes me to Lorain County. So I'm thankful. I appreciate it.
Let's not go too far now.
I also want to encourage the this proposal that's before the commissioners. 7 years ago, I came to Wellington. We're making lots of changes. One of the things that we've been working on from day one was to improve our communication system. We are the southernmost rural community that has a police department in Lorraine County, and we rely on the sheriff's department and state patrol to back us up, and we can't talk to them. We have the second largest state fair in the state of Ohio. We can't talk to them. We had a stabbing a few years ago. We called the sheriff's department out. They sent quite a few guys out. We're working to solve this. We can't talk to the guy 2 blocks away, so that communication just thwarted our efforts. It's a cost to our citizens. It's a cost to our people. So although the fire departments are moving forward, trying to move forward with this project, this will give us the ability to jump on board and bring a radio system that is much more cost effective to any of the other stuff we've done. We've applied for grants, we've done the things that we needed to do, we've been turned down for those, we don't have the money to do that. This system would make it cost effective for us to not only join in a countywide radio system, but to additionally be able to talk to the people that are there to back us up, and of course, that works all the way around. We talked about an active shooter or something. If that happens in town, we're going to have a difficult time reacting. We had the political rally here this summer. We had police departments from every department in the county come out to help us, and we couldn't talk to them, even though they were there working in our town. So I just want to encourage this proposal. We'd love to jump on board if that happens. Thank you very much.
Okay, Chief, just 1 second. Commissioner Lundy wanted to.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chief. Is that our whole list of
No,
speakers? I was
Captain
just going to
Ashdown is
clarify.
next.
Yeah, I was going
Yeah,
to
that's it.
clarify after everybody had a chance to speak. You're the popular guy today. Your
I
name's just
guess.
coming up, so.
Okay, do you want to have Captain Ashdown speak? Okay, Captain Ashdown, you are bringing up the rear here for us. Sorry about that.
I'd say best for last, but we know that's not true.
I hope the sheriff's not upset we're keeping you so long.
Captain Daniel Ashdown, 9896 Maria Ridge Road in Elyria. That is the sheriff's office. All I can do is, being the law enforcement for the entire county, we've been to all 4 corners of the county, and I've been with the office 26 years now. Communication has never been worse. I invite anyone to go spend an hour or 2 in dispatch at 911 and hear how often I thank the Lorraine chief for bringing that soundbite. You will hear that constantly between deputies in cars and 911. You walk into a building, you're on your own. Our SROs in schools have no communication with us unless they're lucky enough to get out on their cell phone. All these men and their agencies and our brothers in other police agencies, we've done the homework. We've looked at the specs. We've tested the system. This Harris radio system checks all the boxes for what we all need to keep our community safe and our officers safe. You have the letter from me that I wrote previously in support of this system and in agreement with everybody else. Everything else aside, this is the system that we should be going to. Whoever puts it in, whoever contracts it, we don't care. This is the system that provides the service we need. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lundy, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, Madam President, I just wanted to, I guess, give a little bit of a historic perspective. I guess I've been here since, 2015 now, but just so everybody's aware, first off, when I was in the legislature, it seemed like every time there was a school shooting, we would hear the stories about how people inside the building couldn't communicate with outside the building, how the mutual aid, everybody races to the scene, then folks still can't talk to each other. So this is, it's not unique to Lorraine County that there's communications issues. Maybe there's some counties that have this all figured out and worked out. And I always used to bring up, I couldn't understand why in the state of Ohio we couldn't get this worked out, where everybody's kind of on the same system. And, I'm not using that as any excuse, but I just want to point out that, safety is extremely important to me, important to everybody up here, everybody in this room, right? We want to make sure that the men and women who put their lives on the line every day to keep us safe, have the best communication system possible. We don't want any lives lost. as a result of poor communications. As a commissioner throughout the years, I know that the previous administrator, Mr. Cordes, worked very hard, whether it was on New World or other issues that we had with our 911 center. We certainly made a big investment to upgrade it and make it technology-wise better, but there's always going to be issues that need to be resolved. Throughout the years, though, I think it's important to note that we were allowing the discussions to take place, whether it was between the fire chiefs or between fire and police, to try to determine if everybody could kind of reach a consensus, get on the same page. And as an elected official, and I think my colleagues would agree, that none of us would ever have an interest in getting into any differences of opinion between you gentlemen, between the fire chiefs and the police chiefs. And for the longest time, we were kind of waiting to see how things might be resolved. So for any of the delays that have taken place and the frustration, I just want you to know, at least from my personal perspective, when I've been here, I've said to the county administrator, well, you know, talk to them. Hopefully they'll get things worked out and then bring it to us once we're ready for a decision. So I don't want that to be seen as a lack of interest or commitment or not fulfilling any promises. I do know that we did a communication study. At the time, I don't remember a commitment being made to actually making, purchases. However, at this time, I feel strongly that the county needs to make an investment so that everybody can be on the same page. The same page meaning multiple systems, so that we're still able to communicate with all the departments in the county. I don't know if we'll ever reach a day where everybody is totally on the same page. I say that even when we were purchasing software for our court systems. We still have court systems that have different software and can't communicate with the courts. And I understand it's a territorial thing. I understand it's a local decision that's made by people. I have heard over and over again from people in this county who have gone out and have tested the Harris system in all kinds of locations compared to the MARC system, and have heard over and over again how folks are actually able to communicate with each other. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clarifying here that for the most part, the county's been waiting for folks to get on the same page. At the end of the day, we have multiple systems that we need to address. We want to make sure we communicate effectively with you. And to do that, I feel that we're now in a position where, yes, we're going to have to make a major investment so that we can communicate with you for our primary purpose of keeping everyone safe. Those are just some of my thoughts.
Commissioner Moore, did you have any thoughts? Okay. Okay, thank you, commissioners, and thank you, speakers, for coming. This has certainly been the most we've had in the gallery this year, so thank you for coming. Moving on to reports, C, County Administrator, Mr. J.R. White. Do you have a report today, sir? Yes. Oh, I see. It looks like more than one page there.
Oh, it's just two. You're good. Good morning, Commissioners. For my report, just have two things to discuss and potentially amend the agenda depending on what you decide to do today. There are two matters before you that involve grant money made available for purchase of electronic vehicle charging stations. There is a NOACA grant to allow a charging station at absolutely no cost to the commissioners. The commissioners have to vote today to accept that grant money, or we'll go back to NOACA. And so that's number one, is the free charging station. The second is Ohio EPA issued a grant to the county for 2 electric vehicle charging stations within the county at a location TBD, I believe. Is that correct?
The collection center in Elyria and Marine Port Authority.
Okay, thank you. So those would be the 2 locations for the Ohio EPA grant. The only issue with that would be that the grant was for $45,000. After COVID hit, we know prices went up in nearly every area sector of the economy. It's a $45,000 grant. However, to install the remainder of those would be an additional $45,000. So the commissioners need to decide whether they want to make the additional $45,000 investment in the 2 stations through the EPA grant. So those are the 2 things that I have for the commissioners today, and a decision just needs to be reached, or that grant money, is that kind of an end of the year thing, that grant money will go back to the issuing agency.
The matching 45,000 comes from where? Does it come from general fund? Does it come from economic development?
I think we can determine how, how to fund it through either general fund or, potentially ARP funds, or if this will qualify.
So who's paying for the electricity? So we're gonna put in on county property
Yeah.
a charging station for electric cars. So
Sure.
who's gonna pay that? Is it gonna be a credit card for someone to charge? Or is the county taxpayers gonna pay for it?
County will pay for the electric.
So we're paying, so we're not putting in a gas station, we're putting in an electric car charging system.
That
So that's
is
what we're
what the
paying for
proposal-
is taxpayer dollars?
That
I
would
just
be
wanna
up to
know,
the,
yes?
up to the commissioners, sure.
No.
Yes,
That's
yes,
what
it would be
you're asking.
additional for the
So we're
Ohio
putting in
EPA.
machines that's gonna provide free electricity for people who buy electric cars.
That's right.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear.
And just as a final wrap up, with the Ohio EPA, they agree to take on maintenance for 5 years of the thing, and then that passes over to the county. So that's all I have to.
Thank you, Mr. County Administrator. Ms. Creasap, did you have anything you wanted to add for Commissioner Moore to give him some clarity on any of his questions? Okay. I apologize for going out of order on the agenda, Madam Clerk.
Thank you for allowing me to just clarify, Mr. Petticord, the board, Madam Clerk. So I just want to make a clarification on the two.
Questions.
Pardon?
Commissioner Moore had the question.
Okay, well, so the two separate agreements that we're talking about that Administrator White just referenced, the NOACA charging stations would be fast charging stations at the Lorain County Transportation Center. The funding comes out of what they allocated $3 million for, and that's out of the Transportation Improvement Project. So we would be entering an agreement that at no cost on us, they would install, implement, and they would make sure the software is maintained and upgraded. After the 5 years, then the board can make a decision if they would like to keep those charging stations running or if the removal will be prompted on NOACA's end. The EPA grant, which is separate, that's at the location center and the Port Authority, that's something that we would have onus as the Board of Commissioners in Lorain County jurisdiction in actually implementing, and the Board of Commissioners would make the decision to fine any charging. So if you wanted to say $3 for an hour, that would be something that the board would come up with. So it wouldn't be something that would come out of the taxpayers' dollars, Commissioner Moore. I just wanted to clarify that.
So like the air pumps at the gas stations where you pay to use it?
Pretty much,
All of them?
pretty much. So that would be the EPA one. That's the Board of Commissioners making a decision, $1.75 for an hour, $3 an hour. But the NOACA that's coming about, that's at no cost for the 5 years. That's the agreement that has a very strict deadline coming up very shortly of next week, the
Yeah, but when
22nd.
agencies say no cost, that means we're paying for the electricity so people to charge, correct?
No, no, sir, there's an actual install partner that they're taking care of all
You're
the
gonna pay
software.
for the electric too?
So they went over to the transportation center just to make sure that the electric would be, it would be something that would be powered, yes, to make sure they have the power, but it's not something that we're paying for, sir.
Is there going to be a separate meter for that charger?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's why we had Dan Gross come out with their install partners
Okay.
to the transportation center. They did a walkabout to make sure that the capacity was even available and to make sure that the fast charging compared to the level 2 was something that they could put in. So they would like to put in 4 ports there for the fast charging. And then after the 5 years, the Board of Commissioners can make a decision to remove the charging stations or to keep them.
Commissioner Lundy?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the way that the NOACA program was set up, it was kind of at the local discretion of the community, whether the community wanted to actually charge for it or whether they were picking it up. But, I would certainly be supportive of if people want to use it, paying for it. So I think that would be, an important component. But, had also stressed that with these charging stations, I know this sounds mighty local of me to say this, but, we have 5 turnpike exits in the county, and it was always my hope that these charging stations would actually be not at the turnpike stopping locations, but actually in the communities that border the turnpike exits, so that people actually get off the turnpike and stop and, shop and grab something to eat or whatever while they're charging, in our communities, and put some money back in our communities. So we'll see how that all materializes. I'm still not clear on what the turnpike's plans are for that. I'm sure, without a doubt, they'll probably get some charging stations, but I always thought it'd be great if they were just in the communities adjacent to the turnpike, and that way it actually requires people to get off the turnpike and support a local community there.
Well, to that point, Commissioner Lundy, the data and research that was collected from NOACA does state that they're looking for employment center prioritization, and it's within a half-mile walking of major employment centers, and that's the hope. As Elyria is going to build up, and as the transportation is used more and more by the community, it allows people to stay there, charge, and maybe go over to Susan L's and get some chocolate, or go to the Foundry and grab lunch, and some of the other businesses that will be growing and developing should be frequented in the hopes as far as the NOACA agreement charging station. And then when we get to the EPA one, of course, we'll hope that that's the same effect, whether it's at the collection center or at the port.
And I think also as we see van pool programs pick up, ride-sharing programs pick up, there's going to be transitions moving to the electric vehicles as well, too. So that's going to help get people to work and stop and charge. And NOACA is now working on a van pool initiative, just a pilot with about 25 companies in the region. And even the individual who drives the van and takes the van home every night, I think, is going to be able to pick up an extra 200 miles, I think it is, for personal use as one of the benefits, and one of the initiatives for being able to be the primary person responsible for that. So, but, this is the direction that we're moving in.
Yes, sir. And just so the board knows, NOACA chose 120 locations, and for the first phase, 48 sites in the 5-county region are actually partnering in this first phase. So we were very happy to be chosen as the first phase in those 48 sites. So I hope the board considers this, and if there are any further questions, please do not hesitate to reach out
Yes,
to
I
me.
had a question, Ms. Krizap.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I asked JR about where the funding was coming from, did you know where the funding was coming from? It looks like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, no, well, because I did want to clarify when Commissioner Moore was asking about taxpayer dollars. I did want to clarify that for the NOACA agreement, it is coming out of the $3 million allocated from the Transportation Improvement Project.
It's to 45,000 on the match. Where is that coming from?
That's a separate charging station program.
Okay, so that's under commissioners to
Yes,
decide.
ma'am. That's
I didn't know
through
if you had a plan already.
Yeah,
We wanted
so
to-
we're talking about two separate ones, and I did want to clarify because NOACA is the free program for 5 years, whereas the 45,000 that we need to address is separate. It's through the Volkswagen Diesel Mitigation
Well,
Trust
sometimes you
Fund.
tell us we've got X amount of dollars that we have to use by the end of the year in economic development. I was kind of
Yes.
hoping you were going to say that.
Well, I would hope that I'm going to make a request for an extension for that funding, but right now the priority is NOACA getting that agreement by December 22nd so that we can go ahead and start implementation in the spring or early summer.
So to revisit, the NOACA agreement is the one that was 45,000, but now it's doubled?
No, sir.
Okay, which one?
EPA.
EPA is that one,
Yes.
okay.
And that's a different level.
I'm not
Those
talking
are,
about that one, so NOACA.
yeah. NOACA, we have until next Wednesday to sign the agreement, and that's the 5-year at no cost, and you as the Board of Commissioners can make a decision after the 5 years.
And I understand the WACA granted us an extension on that, even to the
No.
end of the year.
No, sir.
Next
No?
Wednesday.
If we
Next
only knew
Wednesday.
the president of NOACA, we could probably.
So let me ask the question. Do we have a resolution already prepared for this, Madam Clerk?
Uh-huh.
Yes, we do.
Well, what resolution? We're not doing both at the same time.
No, they're
No,
broke
we
out.
would do the NOACA one. I would like to entertain the NOACA one if my colleagues would like to.
Yeah,
Can we
could you
read it?
Yeah, let's read it.
Yes, ma'am.
Approving and entering a partner agreement with NOACA for 4 DCFC ports for electric vehicle charging stations to be located at Lorraine County Transportation Center. And then NOACA has provided Lorraine County 4 DCFC ports for electric vehicles, and whereas these electric vehicle charging stations will be located at Lorraine County Transportation Center, whereas there is no cost to Lorraine County and NOACA will install said stations in 2022, now therefore be resolved, Lorraine County Commissioners, that we hereby approve and enter in a partner agreement with NOACA for 4 DCFC ports for electric vehicle charging stations to be located at Lorraine County Transportation Center.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Dan, do you need a motion to amend the agenda to add this, or just a motion to approve it?
I think you're supposed to approve.
Okay, I would make that motion to approve.
Second.
Okay.
Okay, so what I didn't hear is so they're going to install it,
Yes, sir.
and they're going to work with our facilities department?
Yes, sir. And
A separate meter?
they're going to have a separate meter, and they just wanted to make sure that the building has the capacity. So Director Gross was able to sit in on that meeting with not only the NOACA rep, but also the installation partner. So he's aware, and he was understanding of the project, and it seems like we were privileged to even have the fast charging compared to the level 2, considering our power capacity at the building.
Oh, thank you. Usually when you hear free in government, it's those other costs that you forget about. Next thing you know, it's like an unfunded mandate you get from these state reps.
I completely understand, but
That's
it
for you,
was, it was from Executive Director Grace Galucci that brought it to
Okay.
our attention herself, just because of the efforts. So I thank you, and I appreciate, and happy holidays.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Is there any further discussion, commissioners?
I think I had enough.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy?
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, and the other one, now we're back to you, Mr. Administrator. The second one. Stand by. So the second one, is that for executive session discussion, or do we need to discuss it here? Okay, so Madam Clerk is giving me the shaking her head.
Yeah, it's a
It's
grant,
executive
not a
session.
contract, so I think that it
Okay.
probably needs to be decided open
All
session.
right, I will allow my colleagues to answer any
I
questions.
don't
or
have a
ask
resolution, but I
questions.
could read something, if that helps you. Like, I'm putting it together now.
Always put something together while we're in exec, and then come back, and we can vote on it when we come back.
I mean, this is, whereas Lorraine County Board of Commissioners approved Resolution 2573 on September 30th, 2020 for Ohio EPA Level 2 Electric Vehicle Charging Stations Grant application for 2 site locations in Lorraine County. Whereas 45,000 grant was funded by Ohio EPA, and whereas there was an increase due to 2021 COVID in the amount of roughly $90,000. Therefore, whereas Lorraine County would have to appropriate an additional $45,000 for this project, or this money will be returned to Ohio EPA.
Well, I'm always a big
Therefore,
proponent if
kind
somebody's
of.
going to put money on the table, and it's almost breaking down to almost like a matching grant, but I guess originally it wasn't a matching
That's
grant.
right.
Little concerned about it doubling.
Right.
That I find to be a little troublesome. But this is part of that Volkswagen settlement with the state of Ohio, and if we don't act on it, I guess 45,000 goes off the table, and we just send it back. But we got to put 45 on to make it happen.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the situation.
Yeah.
I like the first one that we did.
I wish I could make them the same for you. I just can't. I'm not.
Well, what are you doing? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, I hate to pass on the 45. I'm having a hard time getting my arms around this increase that now all of a sudden I got to put another 45 on the table.
I
I'm
don't know
really
if Director
struggling with
Duncan
that.
or if you have anything further about the price increase. I mean, it happened across the board, as you know.
45 on the table.
It's really the commissioner's pleasure.
You have to be at the microphone, Mr. Duncan.
Thank you. It really is the commissioner's pleasure. My preference was the NOACA for sure, and I appreciate you guys supporting that. This other one obviously has increased drastically from when it was applied for over a year ago. And We have actually even talked to some of the entities to see if they would be willing to put some money in, and we haven't got a firm commitment from them on that, but we like everyone to have skin in the game, right? But we would do whatever we can to work financially to come up with that money. And we do have a little bit of extra money in our budget this year that we could probably swing towards that as well. But it's really your pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just struggling with, one time you tell me 45's on the table and I don't have to put anything on the table, and then to come back later and tell me I got to put 45 on the table. You know, we've got, 4 charging stations through the NOACA program? Is that what it was? So, I mean, it's a good way to, get out of the gate and pilot and see how it goes, and it's not costing us anything. And I've got to believe these programs and incentives and grants are going to start popping up like dandelions, so.
I would think so as
yeah,
well.
So I don't think we're never going to get another opportunity to see a grant again that hopefully won't require a doubling of the commitment. So, I guess my position would be, even though I'm in support of these, I would certainly take a pass at this time. I think there will be other opportunities.
And honestly, I have no problem with that at all.
It was the first one you were worried about, right?
Right, right.
I agree with Commissioner Lundy. 2022, the new year is coming up, and there will probably be other opportunities we can work on. Okay, thank you.
Totally agree. Thank you so much. Happy holidays.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Assistant County Prosecutor, Mr. Dan Petticord.
I have a really long report for you today, just to continue with the theory.
The long
I have nothing to say other than Merry Christmas to everybody, and to say that we have outside counsel here to discuss current litigation in executive session.
Okay, so it's current. Okay. Okay, moving on to Commissioners' reports. Commissioner Moore, do you have a report today?
Yep. I'd like to thank the firefighters for coming in today. I appreciate it. Basically, I also like to piggyback on Commissioner Lundy's statement in regards to the supporting for the systems. This board has agreed to put up 2 towers, or 2 antennas on our towers, Harris and Mark. So we'll let the local communities figure it out and come back to us with a proposal that hopefully will be financially make sense. I'd like to thank Rob and, Natasha's here, but the rest of your team, okay? You guys have done a great job. You guys have done more TIFs in Cuyahoga County. I mean, that's huge. That's huge. I just want to say that we have a talented team in our community development department. They've done a good job at working at all levels, all throughout the county. Beginning with planning, the Planning Commission is basically our statutory arm of the community development. They're responsible for zoning recommendations for the 18 unincorporated townships. In 2021, it approved 140 lot splits along existing road frontages, granted preliminary approval of 398 sublots and 5 new subdivisions, and a final approval of 177 sublots in 4 new subdivisions. All street and drainage improvements must be constructed prior to the final approval of any subdivision. I mean, this is huge. When I said last week that the state of Ohio is shrinking, we as a county are growing. The Community Housing Department had yet another productive year. That department completed 8 home repair and rehab projects and currently has 6 more underway over a 2-year funding cycle. These projects help transform and maintain our community housing stock. They have also utilized the over $500,000 of community development block grants funding awarded to the county to complete 2 major public work projects in the city of Oberlin and the city of Sheffield Lake. They have been approved over another $500,000 for the 2021 fiscal year. The program's looking at best ways to use those dollars to invest back into our county. They're also pleased to be collaborating with the Neighborhood Alliance Organization on a $3.7 million much-needed expansion for the Haven Center shelter. The Lorraine County Community Alliance is also administered through the Community Development Department, and this year they celebrate its 25th anniversary. Following a year of COVID-related disruptions, the Alliance has had 4 successful in-person meetings. Collaboration continues with Lorraine County Community College, whom we hold regular meetings with at Spitzer via Zoom. The Alliance is also a new, vibrant website that has launched this November. Excitingly this year, our own Don Ramachek coordinator of the Storm and Water and Community Development, was our 2021 recipient of the LCCA Mike Whitmore Memorial Award for Outstanding Public Service. Don and the Stormwater Management Team have also been busy this year investing resources back into our community. Through his leadership and his team, the district has invested nearly $500,000 into township projects in 2021. Projects like the acquisition of 60 acres along State Route 83 in Eaton Township, which will provide a location for a naturalized stormwater detention facility that will relieve drainage issues along Thumb Ditch and Eaton Township, Columbia Township, and the city of North Ridgeville. In total, more than 5 miles of drainage ditches will be improved through this contract and subsequent work. Currently, the district is reviewing and prioritizing 44 projects throughout its service area. This is huge. Don's doing a great job, Rob and his team is, in regards to the flooding issues and the drainage issues. To assist with this, the district has been innovative by positioning itself to take advantage of new technology by awarding a contract to a private sector drone, which we voted on today. The Great Lakes Restoration Initiative completed the final of 8 field seasons of their invasive species grant. The grants awarded around $2 million, creating 180 jobs and treated over 300 acres of invasive species. One of the most exciting outcomes of this grant was the development of an app which is an informative and educational way to help display our county's natural resources. Finally, time to come out of the ditches and streams into Community Development Department's Economic Development Team, who has had an exciting, busy, and productive year of bringing investment and jobs to Lorraine County. The team has been taking the shifts in all of our day-to-day lives brought on by the pandemic by finding new ways to promote growth and ensuring the future economic vitality of the county. This year, 3 tax incentive districts were created across the eastern and western borders of our county. These TIFs help direct a development tax base into public improvements that will support current and future developments. These TIFs include Hampshire Farms, a build-out of 55 single-family homes in Amherst Township with public improvements that include an expansion of sewer to previous septic-only homes. Timber Creek, they build out of 52 single-family homes in Eaton Township with public improvements to turning lanes on State 83 and structural improvements to the local fire and 3 neighborhoods in Columbia Township, Emerald Woods, MLM Development, and Creek Ridge, which will total to 784 new homes with public improvements to sewer connections down Boone Road extending east and west along State Route 82 to lay roots for the additional expansion if desired. The 3 developments in Columbia Township highlighted the benefit of our county's utilization of the TIF structure for development by allowing for a collaborative effort between our school districts by brokering agreements between the schools, JVS, and the Polaris Career Center. These funding methods will safeguard the future, financial future, while spurring development today. Our economic development team was also busy operating the county's business retention and expansion program. They conducted virtual and in-person visits with county businesses in collaboration with regional economic development partners to best provide support and assistance to job creators in the county. The team conducted 88 official visits with another dozen impromptu conversations about how the county can help with resources, grants, and connections with their various partners in the region. They also listened to large companies, to small entrepreneurs, to learn their stories, challenges, concerns, and successes to get a handle on the pulse of this county. Our team has done an excellent, excellent job. Unfortunately, as you can tell if you were even watching this at home, I probably lost you. But this is part of the county government that's important, that we interact with our businesses, and we have a great team, as you can see just now, and how knowledgeable they are. I'm going to have to apologize to our solid waste department. I got 2 pages on that. I think I'm putting our 2 other commissioners to sleep. So I'll end my report there. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner.
And thank you both. I'm sorry, I was holding you guys up, so.
First of all, on Monday, Commissioner Lundy and I know we've been talking about and mentioning in budget meetings and whatnot, and when the sheriff's been here, looking at some ideas either to make improvements to our jail or to build a new jail, which is going to be a costly endeavor. So the commissioners were invited to Warden County to tour their new jail down there. And Commissioner Lundy and I went and toured the jail on Monday in separate cars, just so you guys know. And Commissioner Lundy's going to give a report on that in his report. So for my report, good morning. First, a Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all our residents in Lorraine County. This job for me is about coming to work, being engaged in matters that are important to our residents, reading and studying the material and items that I will be considering as a representative and making decisions that are in the best interest of Lorraine County. I'd like to update the public on a particular item that has been important to our residents, our fire departments, police departments, our sheriff's department, and our safety forces throughout Lorraine County. And while I understand it may be difficult to follow how these four parallel topics will intersect, please listen as I explain some of the topics that Dave Moore raised on December 8th. Project number 1, locution. In the spring of 2020, the previous Board of Commissioners passed legislation for a fire station alerting system called locution, an investment of close to $500,000. I recall being on the campaign trail at the time and hearing the excitement from the fire departments in the county that this technology was coming to Lorraine County. When I began my term as Lorraine County Commissioner in 2021, I attended meetings with the locution team via weekly conference call and was looped in on emails. At that time, I realized and subsequently shared with my colleagues that the locution alerting system was substantially behind schedule. Upon identifying the issues that were holding up the project, we put an individual in charge of getting the project on track. We were shooting for a November 2021 start date for the system. During the months of January through July 2021, there were monthly fire chiefs meetings held at the administration building here on Middle Avenue to discuss sensitive and critical issues regarding public safety. One of the high priority concerns by the fire chief was the locution project. First was the speed of the decision-making process on the critical infrastructure of the locution alerting system. And second was the fact that the previous county administrator, Mr. Cortez, as a cost-saving measure, eliminated a handful of political subdivisions from receiving the install of the alerting system. I brought both issues to my colleagues in executive session, and the board agreed to opt back in the political subdivisions that were eliminated. And we agreed to have a meeting to discuss the next steps on the locution project. Project number 2, the 5-city radio system. The 5-city radio system had been in discussion between the cities of Avon, Avon Lake, Sheffield Village, and North Ridgeville. This was a 5-year plus labor of love, and the community's project was made possible by a $997,000 grant. That's almost $1 million, guys, from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The 5 cities had determined the radio system they wanted to purchase with their grant dollars. The question before the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners was if the commissioners would allow the communication repeater to be installed on the 911 tower located on Burns Road. A repeater enables the signal to ping from tower to tower, ensuring communication between the radios. The issue for the previous board and the previous county administrator, Ms. Cortez, they always came back to that they wanted the 5 cities to decide what radio system they wanted. And once they had decided, the county was going to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of our residents by way of the installation at the project city's expense of the repeater on the tower. All of the finer details would be worked out once the 5 cities had agreed and passed their legislation for the project to proceed. This was an important project in 2021 that was coming to fruition. Of course, the fire departments were curious to know whether they had my support as a commissioner. It is my job as a commissioner to be out there in the community talking to local leaders from our townships and villages and mayors of our communities. As your elected official, I shared that, yes, I am in support of whatever the 5 cities chose to implement to keep our residents safe. To be perfectly clear for the public, the support was for the placement of the repeater on the cell phone tower owned by Lorraine County. Moving on, we are now on project number 3. Sheriff Phil Stemetti, at some point during the summer, had shared with the Lorraine County Board of Commissioners that he was also interested in the same radio communication system that the 5 cities were interested in. Sheriff Stemetti sent emails to all 3 commissioners regarding this topic. It was at that time that I directed my county administrator to investigate with the assistant county prosecutor if ARPA dollars could be used to opt in our sheriff department to the project that began with the 5 cities. I want to be clear here. This was the radio system identified by the sheriff, and that was the radio system he wanted information on regarding relief funding. I recall asking the county administrator on several occasions regarding this matter. I also recall directly asking the assistant county prosecutor regarding this matter. It is important to understand that the county administrator's job requirements do include gathering information that is requested by the commissioners, and it is the commissioners who give him or her instruction and request further information or action. Project number 4, Multi-Agency Radio System, State of Ohio. I had received inquiry and interest from police departments in Lorraine County to have a Marks repeater installed on the 911 tower on Burns Road. For the public's information, the fire departments in Lorraine County seem to gravitate preference-wise to the Harris radio system. And there were a few police departments that were gravitating towards or currently using the Marks radio system. On Monday, April 5th at 10 a.m., I did attend a meeting with Dick Miller from Marks and officials from the city of North Ridgeville. Mr. Miller stated to me as a matter of fact that he was not about to give the county $5,000 per month to put his repeater on our tower. Mr. Miller had talked for quite some time, which was fine. As commissioners, it's our job to listen to people when they want to come in and talk. One of the questions posed to Mr. Miller by 911 Director Harry Williamson was referring to the current coverage maps and how the repeater that he was interested in having on the tower would help the coverage for our first responders serving the political subdivisions that currently are using the Mark system. Mr. Miller indicated that he would email that information to Director Williamson to distribute out as needed. I would like to add at this point, the health, safety, and welfare of the residents of Lorraine County is one of my top priorities. The way Dave Moore presented it last week, it was if he was interested in picking the winners and losers in the race to get on our cell phone tower. Unlike Dave, I had no opposition to both repeaters being placed on the tower. I would like to make perfectly clear for the public, when the topic came up during our executive session discussions this past summer, I gave my input that both Harris and Marks Communications repeaters be permitted to lease space on the tower. The timeline is now 3 weeks later, on April 28th, 2021. I attended the meeting to discuss the progress of the locution project. To remind the public, this is the fire alerting project passed by the previous board, so I am now going back to project number 1 for discussion purposes. The meeting was attended by Dave Moore, his assistant Amy Marcel, Chris Kish, the assistant to Tom Williams, Russ Scarborough, Alan Close from Cleveland Communications, his assistant, 911 Director Harry Williamson, myself, and on the speaker phone was Lorraine County contracted vendor Mission Critical, or MCP, Mr. Steve Haberman. The reason Mr. Haberman was hired by the former Board of Commissioners was because the former county administrator, Mr. Cortez, felt it was important to hire a consultant that could not possibly sell us any equipment or radio system. Mr. Haberman was hired to provide the county vendor-neutral advice and counsel. On April 28th, the group was advised by Mr. Haberman of MCP where we were on the timeline of the Locution Fire Station Alerting System. The county relied on MCP to provide advice and counsel from a vendor-neutral standpoint on the next steps for the project. We had reached a point where the elected officials in the room were being told that in order to keep the project on time for November, we would need to decide on the radio system that would be the communication driver of the project. When the project was passed in 2020, the design was based on the current outdated radio system used by the county. The original Locution project contract included 13 push-to-talk radio transmitters, and a new radio system, whether it was Harris or Marks, would require less and potentially save the county money. Again, folks, we're talking about less than 13 radios. We were not there to discuss a $6.5 million project. We were there to hear options available for an already passed $500,000 project. Mr. Haberman tried to get Commissioner Moore to comprehend the issue at hand with several attempts. Commissioner Moore appeared visibly confused and seemed unable to separate the Locution project from the sheriff and the county's possible larger radio project, the five-city radio project, and the repeaters on the tower. Commissioner Moore then became frustrated and left the room. At that point, in front of Commissioner Moore's assistant, Amy Marcel, Alan Close from Cleveland Communications asked if there would be a separate meeting to brief Commissioner Lundy on the decisions that must be made for the Locution project. In hindsight, this was a perfectly valid question, since Commissioner Lundy was the only remaining member of the previous board that started the project. Commissioner Lundy, afterward, Ms. Marcel told Commissioner Moore that Mr. Close asked about Commissioner Lundy, and it was later relayed to me that Commissioner Moore was not going to support the project because Mr. Close had the nerve to bring up Commissioner Lundy's name. Once again, for the public's knowledge, the project was already funded by the previous board in 2020. Because no decision was made regarding the future of the radio system, the radio portion of the Locution project has been put on hold. They began to install locution alerting for the internet-based connectivity that supports locution alerting in station. But the firefighters that are not in station will not receive a locution voice alert, and it has to be handled manually by the dispatcher until such time that a decision is made on the radios. Now we are in a situation that there could be additional charges to restart the project once the radio decision is made. And this is possibly a result of Commissioner Moore's deliberate neglect and delays in making a decision on this project. My trip to Hamilton County in July was to see firsthand how the Locution system works on the 911 dispatch side. And then I attended a run-through at the Green Township Fire Station to see how Locution sounds and alerts the first responders at the station. The fire station demo we attended, the Locution system was broadcast using the Marks radio system, not the Harris radio system, as Dave incorrectly reported last week. Hamilton County does not use a Harris radio system. I also had 2 meetings scheduled with the Locution team and one with the staff at the Hamilton County 911 Operations Center. During 2021, I have attended meetings with mayors, fire, and police leadership. I am the president of the 911 Review Board. For Dave to insinuate that there was something improper about me attending meetings regarding the health, safety, and welfare of our residents of our community is puzzling and odd to me. Attending these meetings is what I do as an elected official, and I take it very seriously. It is unclear to me how implementing important safety and law enforcement upgrades passed and funded by the prior Lorraine County Board of Commissioners is being made to sound improper or bordering on illegal activity. With regards to the allegations made by Dave on December 8th, none of it is accurate. I will be happy to cooperate with all investigations because there is no truth to these allegations. Once the investigation is complete, there will be a time and place to discuss this. However, it is my job as an elected official to work with our leadership within the county. The public must be made aware that the Locution project is very important to fire stations within our county, fire departments within our county. The county's fire departments and safety leaders within our communities want to be able to get to you as quickly as possible in your time of need. Our fire departments are seeking a radio system that will perform for them, not have dead zones, and be reliable to get you the help that you desperately need when you call. I have been the commissioner working with them for the past year and a half, and while on the campaign trail, I listened as they shared their needs to effectively serve our residents. Quite frankly, the way this looks to me is that Dave has been holding up the decision-making process on this for months for the purposes of political theater. But he had no problem pushing through the Marks Tower agreement when I was out due to illness on December 1st. On December 1st, County Administrator J.R. White stated the tower site license agreement between the Board of Commissioners and the State of Ohio Office of Multi-Agency Radio Communications, Marks, was ready to be entered into if the board would like to entertain that. Commissioner Lundy asked if the item of business required action today. Assistant County Prosecutor Dan Petticord replied that, "I don't know that it requires action today," close quote. Dave replied, "Yeah, I was kind of getting harassed on it. Thought we were going to do it last week," close quote. I then find out, after Dave signed the contract in my absence, that the 911 director was not consulted by our county administrator to even sit with him for a run-through. Jeff Young, our 911 director, has over 30 years in the business of safety in our county, and he was not consulted. Based on Dave's statement from last week, it's pretty clear that the harassing calls he received was one call, and it was from Dick Miller of Marks. As president of the board, I was the one receiving the calls from leaders in our community, police and fire departments, and I was talking to mayors and leadership in our township and villages on the timeline because they had questions that this contract was going to be completed. I recall that I had called and talked with Assistant County Prosecutor and the County Administrator, and they assured me the contract would be completed so Marks would be ready for the first of the year, 2022. One more week so the president of the board could complete her review of the contract, which questions were submitted to the county administrator by me on November 24th. One more week would not have hindered the process in any way, and it would have been passed on December 8th or December 15th, with plenty of time to spare. It is disappointing that Commissioner Moore felt it necessary to ram through this legislation while another member was still waiting for answers to possible corrections. The right thing to do here would be to rescind the resolution passed regarding this tower agreement and to have the review completed and then bring it forward and put on the agenda as a normal item of business at the next regularly scheduled meeting. Will my colleagues on the board do the right thing today? As a board, we should never be in the business of jamming something through unless it's a true emergency. And should another board member request time to review the matter. Last week, when Commissioner Moore held up the newsletter of the Harris Radio repeater installation, which will help to operate the 5-city radio system and help our first responders reach residents in their time of need, Commissioner Moore said he crossed out the story to share with our residents. I have to tell you that I was appalled for the lack of respect for our residents' safety and well-being. As elected officials, the one thing that we do for our residents is give our best effort to secure grant dollars that will benefit our communities. The 5 cities worked diligently to secure this $997,000 grant, and Commissioner Moore voted present on the repeater placement. Sadly, I feel that I must bring these especially critical issues to the public's attention today because the presentation last week speaks directly to the health, safety, and welfare of our residents in Lorain County. Interestingly, I did want to bring up some of the recent employee hires, and it was mentioned by a speaker today in lobby session, but I'd like to review some positions that have been filled in the latter part of 2021. This board has worked tirelessly to hire directors and fill vacant positions since the terminations began on June 30th. Commissioner Lundy and I worked diligently to interview and fill these positions. Our administrative assistants worked together to schedule interviews with the Human Resource Department. The process worked. We did our jobs. And we hired a JFS director, a 911 director, a crime lab director, and we have decided to retain the Workforce Development Director, Mr. Mike Longo. All 4 of these director positions, Commissioner Moore voted no on, and he declined to interview these candidates. I would like to point out that Mr. Longo was our Workforce Development Director for 13 years, and he was hired through a partnership with the Lorain County Community College. I could not be happier to retain an individual that has an unblemished 13-year record with us. Yet Dave voted no on this hire last week. There can only be a handful of reasons for voting no on these hires. Could it be personal animosity towards these people? Or could it be the unwillingness to come to work and interview folks? Or a misguided desire to create political theater within Lorain County? Commissioner Moore can choose to function as a catalyst to the progress and prosperity of Lorain County, or choose to be an impediment. I hope he chooses to be a catalyst. Finally, 2021 has been an interesting year, and it's been challenging for all of us. More than ever, I am committed to the residents of Lorain County and delivering county government that works for you. As our community forges ahead in 2022, I want you to know that I will continue to work for you and your family's health, safety, and welfare. During this holiday season, I wish only the merriest of holidays and a happy, healthy new year. That concludes my report. Commissioner Lundy, do you have a report today?
Yes, I do, Madam President. First, I'd like to send congratulations to the many business winners of Businesses of the Year through the North Ridgeville Chamber. They held their luncheon last week at Tom's Country Place, always a great turnout, just a great group of folks I've got to know many years ago, even in the legislature, since I represented North Ridgeville, attending the North Ridgeville Chamber lunch, and just, quite frankly, fastest growing community in the county, and they continue to build new homes there all the time, and just an exciting place. Our county continues to grow because we have affordable housing, we have great schools, good family quality of life, and we take our leadership responsibility seriously in one of the fastest growing counties here in the state of Ohio. NOACA held its board meeting on Friday. A major point of discussion, van pulling, working with businesses in the community that need to get their workers to the location. It's something that NOACA talks about quite often when people talk about relocating or opening up business, especially manufacturing or any kind of plant, from the standpoint of, if you put it in a location, can the workers actually get to it? And in a lot of cases, that involves transit to connect with the workplace. I want to congratulate Dave Koval on his retirement, and I can't say enough good words about Dave. His official retirement was on Friday. When we hit the pandemic, he was the voice of reason, even when some of the most controversial things came up. Dave just took the issues head on, didn't get caught up in any of the politics, and just delivered whatever message needed to be delivered, backed by a lot of facts, and health department research, and he truly got us through the pandemic. We're not out of it yet, obviously, when we look at the daily numbers, but Dave did just one heck of a job, provided strong leadership to help the county at one of the toughest times in our county's history. As the commissioner pointed out, had the opportunity to attend the new jail that just opened in October in Warren County, there in Lebanon, Ohio. Rode down there with a number of members from the Sheriff's Department, so we were talking about our jail and the needs of the jail in the future. And while we were there, had a very extensive tour, and want to thank Sheriff Sims, just a real nice guy who stayed with us the whole time. I'm sure the sheriff had lots of things to take care of that day, and as I told the sheriff, he's going to have a lot of people coming through and touring. But it's one of those jail facilities, you know, I know sometimes people are concerned they don't want a jail to look like a country club facility. I don't either. Very basic operation. Good lines of sight for the security staff, keeping an eye on everybody. And, of course, that overall project carried a price tag that combined the Sheriff's Department with the jail for a whole new complex. Heavy price tag of $58 million is what that carried. They had an agreement with the community where they had actually, and I don't want anybody to think I'm making any of these proposals as recommendations, I'm just giving you the background on what they did, but they actually went to the taxpayers, and the taxpayers agreed to a 0.25% increase in their sales tax for a sunset of 5 years. And my understanding is that they're basically going to be able to pay off their jail debt by the end of the year. They also had saved and made a down payment of about $20 million on that project. So that's the way that they had put it all together. You know, it's certainly something. We did a jail assessment or a review of our jail. It's quite apparent that we do need a new facility. The interesting discussions will be, how do we get there? How do we make the investments to do it? Obviously, you know, if you're going to do any borrowing, now's a good time to do it. But it obviously would put people to work, put us probably more in compliance with the areas we need to be in compliance with, and provide a more safe and secure environment for our corrections officers as well too, along with the inmates. But it certainly was a time well spent in Warren. Just want to thank the sheriff and his very professional staff. They were very candid with us about everything, full disclosure. So that's something that we'll be certainly having more discussions about in 2022. And we'd like to just thank our great team. We heard about the amazing work being done through community development, economic development, solid waste. You know, I mean, our sheriff's department, the folks at the jail, all across the board, just, you know, hitting the ball out of the ballpark. I've always said that I feel really blessed to work with such a group of, you know, dedicated, good people that come here every day and want to serve the people. And it's an honor to work with them and to serve with them. And I hope they realize we're here to work with you, not to have you work for us. But at the end of the day, we all work for the people of Lorain County. Just want to wish a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year to everyone. I know it's a difficult time if you've lost loved ones. Believe me, I'd love to have Mom and Dad around for the holidays, but you know, try to focus on the good memories. And just, I think this pandemic has taught us a lot about the most important things in life. And, you know, it's certainly about family, and it's about taking care of our health as well. And that completes my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Lundy. Our next item is F, the clerk's report. Madam Clerk, please read the report into the record.
Okay, Monday, January 10th at 9:30, the Commissioners will have their organizational meeting. That same day at 11 o'clock, we'll have a Transportation Improvement District. Tuesday, January 18th at 9:30, the Commissioners will have a meeting for the Emerald Woods TIF hearing. At 10:30 that day, we'll have a Stormwater District meeting. Wednesday, January 19th at 9:30, the Commissioners will have a regular board meeting. Thursday, January 20th, we'll have a Land Bank meeting at 9:30. Following Tuesday, January 25th at 11 o'clock, we'll be in our Investment Advisory meeting, and then the State of Ohio mileage reimbursement for 2022 will be 52 cents.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Our next item is G, Board Correspondence. I move to waive the reading of the Board Correspondence due to an executive session we have scheduled.
We've had such a short meeting, I'll second that motion.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy.
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, at this time, I move to adjourn into executive session to discuss personnel issues, employment and new hires, current litigation. I'm sorry. Okay.
We got a Christmas party, though. We gotta be done at 12:30, is that right?
No, I was,
Oh, we don't?
I was told we're just gonna be allowed to go in and get food and bring
Oh,
it
is that how
back.
it's going?
Yeah, second.
Okay,
Sorry,
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye. Sorry, I
Okay.
should have waited for discussion.
Good evening. We have returned from executive session and our meeting is back in session. I move to approve the personnel summary sheet.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, call the roll.
Any discussion?
Well, then Dave discusses when his name's
Okay.
called.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye on everything except number 3 on the Port Authority, number 1 on the Lorraine County Children's Services, and number 5 on Job and Family Services.
Did you say number 5?
Yep, I
JFS?
got it all
Okay.
written down,
All right.
circled, and colored up in red, white, and green for the Christmas holiday, you know?
Yes, you got your.
That's the tie,
Tie?
and since
I've
there's going
got
to be
my
3
red.
people watching us right now.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner
Oh, we
Lundy.
already did
Yeah,
this.
we did.
I'm
I
so
was gonna
sorry.
say, we did.
I do this every time he does this, too. Okay, the next item of business, I move to amend the agenda to add an item of business.
Second.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, at this time, Mr. Assistant Prosecutor Dan Petticord, please read the resolution into the record.
Certainly. Ohio Revised Code Section 5901.04 empowers this board to set fair compensation for the members of the Lorraine County Veteran Services Commission. Therefore, the motion is to set that fair compensation at a salary of $1,200 per month. Such salary will to commence at the beginning of each new term for a commission member.
And that is your motion, Madam
That's my
Chair?
motion.
Dan,
Madam
oh,
Chair.
okay, move to approve.
Second.
Motion was made by Hung, seconded by Lundy. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner Hung?
Yes.
Commissioner Lundy,
Aye.
Commissioner Moore?
Aye.
Okay, meeting announcements. The next regularly scheduled board meeting is Wednesday, January 12th at 9:30 a.m.
January 10th, we don't have one on the 12th. January 10th is our organizational meeting.
Oh, the next regularly scheduled meeting is on Wednesday, January 10th at 9:30 a.m. Is there any further business from this board? Since there's no further business, this meeting is adjourned.